Pop out the YouTube chat. And we need to get some music going. Let's do some synthwave. Alrighty, and switch the right scene.
Swing, swing.
Shooing. And yeah, we are using SlideDev. So here we go. We got our outline right here. We need to turn that outline into a series of slides. We listed them out and created the slide files, but we haven't actually put anything into them yet. So, yeah. Let's do the basic parts first, right? The title is... different kind of serverless. The info about it is... I thought I had that title somewhere else. Yeah. So we'll grab that as that. Using WASM, we can do so much more than... You can run a full version of SQLite alongside whisper.cpp without the need for any server-side logic. Ooh, and Bedtime Bear, you done with that one-on-one? Yeah, I wanted to say, all I was saying was, like, I was trying to figure out what the flavors were in there. And I think there was a bit of, like, honey or something, like when just, you know, tasted straight. But in the Coca-Cola, I don't get that hint at all. But it's also not like the brown sugar, like, warm feeling that I was expecting too. It has a much more like a cold flavor to it when mixed with the Coca-Cola, which I was not expecting. It's good. It does quite remind me of the Willet that I've had before. Alright, so we do that. Get a good quick thing going there. They're using Uno CSS. That's right. And we're going to tweet this one. The one-to-one as a 1v1, right? Like, battle me. I like that. Yep, yeah, Affinity's such a good deal. I thought that's what her name was. Someone asked me about this. Hold on. No. Maybe it's not Snowflake? I don't think it's Snowflake now. I feel like it's Snow something. Shit. Now I'm just really bad at this. Hold on. He works for him. Oh god. So it's not exactly an uncommon name. There we go. Snowball, not Snowflake. That was it. And yeah. That was it. Not Vicky. Viv. Alright, so yeah, this person. At render ATL's after party last month. Asked about Tailwind like utility. I had mentioned Radix. Radix. Yeah, Radix UI, that's it. And do they have a Twitter? Now hold on. Let me double check this. Is Radix using Tailwind? I don't think it is, right? Like, we would have seen a Tailwind config somewhere. And it doesn't come up at all. Yeah. Oh, is there no Uno CSS Twitter? Oh, that's a bummer, Xenogerm. Yeah, sometimes you just need a day off. Nothing wrong with that. So let's double check this. Pretty sure Uno is also living all on its own without any Tailwind stuff, right? They do some benchmarks. So yeah, it lives totally on its own. Windy is another one. Yeah. Windy is no longer maintained. All right. Are there any other atomic CSS units? Yeah, so Windy, Uno. Right, CSS and JS is an interesting approach too. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were reading over here in the docs too. Uno CSS was started by one of the Windy CSS's team members, right? And Fu. Aw, no worries there, Bedtime Bear. It's good. Yeah, this background music is good. Okay, makes sense. And it's good. I was gonna say I was expecting more of like a brown sugar, like warm, like modification of the flavor, but it makes like the Coca-Cola colder. I know that's not like a good definition, but yeah, there's like the sweeter. I don't know about sweeter, but like, you ever had like whiskey and Coke where the whiskey makes it like, I don't know how to describe it other than saying warmer. It's almost like the brown sugar or something like comes through. This goes like the opposite direction, which is actually pretty consistent with the wine barrel aged whiskeys I've had in the past as well. So yeah, something about the wine barrels. It's like a different approach. It could be that this this Coca-Cola is slightly flat too. I don't think that's it though. Yeah, I don't know. No, it's good though. Thank you. Yeah, really nice gift. Sure. Yeah, that one you had yesterday was really good. Yeah, that scotch was very, very smooth. I want to say the best scotch I've ever tasted. But that's not very many. They were considering it, for sure, Bedtime Bear. They actually asked me about the Port Orchard type area. Which, after chatting with Bedtime Bear, maybe not ideal. Here's the thing, though, Deja Fu. You have a partner already, right? Which means you don't need to worry about the dating scene or anything, right? So that's a big part of it, I think. That's why I was steered away from that choice. I don't think it's as bad as they do. Yeah, exactly. No, and they're incredibly valid opinions, for sure. The hot tub boats. Yeah, exactly. That sounds terrifying. I'm like literally scared. Hold on. It does look like... Maybe we just tag Uno CSS.
We are in the presence of greatness. Clears throat and begins in an announcer's voice. Adam Learnsliv, the rising star in the world of basketball, continues to captivate fans with their incredible skills on the court. Standing at an impressive 6 feet 5 inches tall, they possess a unique combination of agility, speed, and finesse that sets them apart from their peers. Their greatest play to date came during the final seconds of the championship game last season. With the score tied and only 3 seconds left on the clock, Adam Learnsliv received the inbound pass, dribbled past 2 defenders, and launched a stunning fadeaway jumper from just inside the 3-point line. The ball swished through the net as the buzzer sounded, securing the championship title for their team and cementing their status as a basketball prodigy. Throughout their young career, Adam Learnsliv has already achieved numerous milestones. They were named Rookie of the Year in their debut season and have been selected to the All-Star team for 3 consecutive years. With their unwavering dedication to the game and their incredible talent, there's no doubt that Adam Learnsliv has a bright future ahead of them in the world of basketball.
So yeah, Adam, Mr. Sir, thank you so much for the raid. If you can't stick around, yep, I get it. We'll see you again soon, for sure. Everyone coming from Adam's stream, what was Adam up to today? Skeleseller. Is that the... like the dungeon crawler? Like the idle game that he was making? That game was super fun. I really enjoyed it. Good luck resurrecting them. I get it. It happens. And yeah, no worries, man. Thank you so much. I'll be at SeattleJS giving a talk this Wednesday. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, no worries. Ooh, Shakabra. Yeah, it is. Like, fully exhausting. Like, what are your criteria? What do you like, need from it? And, like, what languages are you evaluating for? Self-healing. So what do you mean by self-healing? I'm gonna guess like when a flag is no longer relevant? Like removing that branch of logic? So guitar is from some of the people that helped build out Piranha at Uber. So this is probably worth double checking. Right, and I think it's kind of separate from like other tools. Oh, gotcha. No, that makes a lot of sense. So you end up needing like a server to run that, right? Which is totally different. Yeah. Okay, so you're opting specifically for server-based flagging. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I'd love to know what like your top 3 to 5 or whatever after you've like evaluated them. Like which things are like becoming more useful, or which tools actually check enough of the boxes for you. That'd be really interesting to know. Yeah, self-healing. No, that's a really interesting idea, and I hadn't thought of that at all. Right, but you know, room to grow into it is hugely important. And yeah, if you haven't heard of it before, Open Feature is really useful. I think it still needs a bunch of work, but yeah, some tool that aims to work with this stuff would be really interesting. And theoretically, it would mean that you can keep using the same SDKs when you change from company to company if they're supporting Open Feature. It's, you know, along the same lines as like Open Telemetry, etc. So it could be worth evaluating. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's the Open Feature Summit. I would like to go to that. I will be submitting a talk to it. But it's at like KubeCon or whatever, right? Like KubeCon and Cloud Native Con in November in Salt Lake. So yeah, if you have people going to that, they may also want to check this out too. It's probably a bit later, like you need to come up with a decision here within the next month or so, I'm sure, right? Probably even faster than that. But still worth like checking out. You know, if you're gonna have some people at KubeCon anyway, I don't think it's any extra cost. I don't think it's gonna be in Park City. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it could at least be worth it to chat with other people that are gonna be there, you know? But yeah, hold on. I need to figure out where this actually is. I don't think this is in Park City. And Park City, I don't think they open that early compared to others. I think Brighton's one of the first ones to open up usually. And from what I was seeing, they're usually like end of November, early December. Yeah, so the venue, Salt Palace Convention Center. So that's like just downtown. Yeah, I submitted some talks to WASM, which is also part of this event. I'm going to submit one to Open Feature as well. Yeah. No, if I was going to go shred, it'd probably be up at Brighton, and Brighton's pretty close. Like, Brighton's a 20-minute drive out of Salt Lake. Like, not bad at all. I think Park City is a bit farther. I've never been to Park City, though. Oh, and yeah, no, I can see the link. Hold on. So yeah, Split IO is the one that you're considering. Okay. So it's basically coming down to Split IO versus Launch Darkly. I could see that. Makes sense. And I have a bias. Keep that in mind. I'm curious, what about Growthbook is not checking the boxes for me? There's some feedback I could pass on. I'm somewhat familiar with their CEO or founder. I forget his title. So I'd happily pass along any feedback about why they are not in the front running. Don't feel bad about it. I think it's just more useful for them to understand rather than to be upset about it, you know? Ah, being courted. Okay. Yeah, I would say give Growthbook a shot. I'm not sure if they check the boxes that you're looking for, like the self-healing or not. I don't know. So if you do look at them at least, yeah, check it out. Let me know what you think. Another one to look at is DevCycle. They seem like really robust. Yeah, exactly. I assume you've looked at Optimizely? I can get you a whole bunch of them in a list. Let me double check that real quick. Trying to remember all the other brands that were there. ConfigCat, but I don't think ConfigCat checks the boxes like you're looking for, like as far as features go. There was another one, Go feature flag, which started out as like a Go specific tool. Oh, if I could type. The thing about Go feature flag is it's like fully open feature compatible and compliant, which means that they don't even make SDKs, right? You would just use the open feature SDKs. Ah, so you used to use Optimizely and it didn't cut it. Got it. Awesome. That's good to know. Like 12,000 IDs. Ah, right. So, for what I'm doing, that immediately rules out Vexilla, because Vexilla would cram all of those IDs into the JSON payload. And fetching that on a recurring basis would chew up quite a bit of bandwidth, right? So yeah, I totally get that. That makes sense. Yeah, no, makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I'm not even sure this would do it for you. Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like the other companies that were part of this event. Yeah, ConfigCat had a couple people there. Hold on, I know they have a thing. Open feature YouTube. Yeah, oh, this was great. Yeah. So I got to take part in this event because Andrew McLean is a super cool dude. And because Aaron McHale recommended me, also super chill. Does it have a list of who all was there? Okay, so yeah. DevCycle, ConfigCat, Dynatrace, Flipped, Feetbit, Flagsmith is another one that I think tries to overlap with what we're doing. Right, Growthbook. I had not heard of Harness before. Split you're looking at, LaunchDarkly you're looking at. StatSig, I was not familiar with. Vexilla's in there though. But yeah, I don't belong there. They're just really nice people. Oh, Harness owns Split. Okay, so that makes sense. They were just acquired. That makes so much more sense then. Okay.
We are in the presence of greatness.
Oh, dude, thank you.
The dynamic and talented athlete has taken the world of basketball by storm. With their lightning-fast reflexes, incredible agility, and unwavering determination, they have become a true icon in the sport. Their greatest play occurred during...
So yeah, I would say check out some of these brands that you maybe haven't heard of yet.
The score tied.
So DevCycle, Dynatrace, Flipped, Feetbit, Flagsmith.
They dribbled past two defenders, leaped towards the basket.
No, open feature is brand new.
160-degree dunk, leaving the opposing team and fans stunned. This incredible feat secured their team's victory and cemented Shaq Ebray's status as a basketball legend. Throughout their career,
Hold on, let's let the bot finish.
Achieved numerous milestones. They have been selected as an NBA All-Star for 5 consecutive years, earned multiple MVP awards, and led their team to 3 championship titles. Shaq Ebray's impact extends beyond the court as they have become a role model for aspiring athletes worldwide, known for their sportsmanship.
It is a bright head. Yeah, you're not wrong. Don't lie there, Pomada. Your future's so bright you gotta wear shades. So yeah, basically open feature is somewhat new. Damn right, you should be. Why not? right? It's a new specification. I'm not even sure how many SDKs they have or any of that stuff, right? Looks like server SDKs, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For client SDKs, they've got basically a React one and some Android iOS stuff. So there's a lot of work to be done, I think. But it's a very interesting idea, and it's a thing by the Cloud Native Linux Foundation or whatever like that. Cloud Native Computing Foundation, right? CNCF. So it's like OpenTelemetry, but it's aimed at feature flagging in general. My guess is that most of the existing providers are gonna need to start dealing with it at some point anyway, right? I have heard of Unleash. I pretty much don't use it. I like the idea that it could be self-hosted, but self-hosting it is spinning up a service. So I pretty much stopped considering it for anything I was doing at that point. Right? Because personally, I want to be able to self-host, but I don't want to spin up a service for it. Which means, yeah, that's why I'm building Vexilla, basically. That's why, if I had known about Growthbook, I probably would have just used Growthbook. Because I think they can also do the static file thing. Yeah, Vexilla would require some way of pushing the code out there because it's just a JSON file, right? Which means, like, it's already out the window for what you're trying to do because 12,000 IDs would make that JSON file really heavy. So, yeah, I would say... yeah, Vexilla doesn't fit your use case. If you have a side project that you want to use feature flagging on, then I think you're good. And I'd love to chat more about it. But yeah, I don't think Vexilla would solve your problem whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, thank you for that sub, man. I didn't know you were so good at basketball. And hold on. Wait, I may have asked you this before. The Shaka Breh, are you doing the surfer reference, or are you doing the snowboarding reference? Because they do overlap. I'm pretty sure snowboarders started saying it because of surfers. But I've actually heard more snowboarders say it than surfers. Just because of, like, you know, the world I come from. It totally reminds me... you remember that meme? Pitted, so pitted, bro. Right? Like, you remember that one, like, viral video from years ago where some, like, surfers getting, like, interviewed on the news? He's like, and I was getting pitted, so pitted. Like, I don't know. Pretty sure that was, like, the birth of that meme. Like, really, like, made that phrase so much more common. Hold on. Right? Pitted. So pitted. This is the meme. Like, hold on, we gotta hear it. We gotta hear it. We gotta listen to this. That's the rules.
But the park is still flooded, so you'll see kids out there again today.
Some of those kids today will be my co-hosts.
It's just like, dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in and you just get spit right out of them. You just drop in and just smack the lip. Whoop-ah! Drop down, snap, and then after that, you just drop in, you just ride the barrel and get pitted, so pitted like that.
Pitted, so pitted. Yeah, like, dude, so goofy. But yeah, what up, Jay? Wait, is it really Tuesday where you're at already? Did I sleep through Monday? I know, yep. It's pretty good. Damn, Jay. And that's Australia? New Zealand. Alright, yeah. Ah, no snakes. Ooh, that's good. That's a bonus. I like that. Do y'all still have the giant spiders, though? Another thing I remember of New Zealand is more sheep than people, right? Like 5-1. Gnarly. That's so crazy. Yeah, Jay, I'm pretty sure I've told you this before, but someone I know, I hope they're still around up in the area. I know them from the Ember meetup, like a decade ago. Their Twitter name is Kiwi Up Over, because they're a Kiwi living here in the Northern Hemisphere. So yeah, they're a Kiwi Up Over, instead of like a person down under. It's a really good name. Ember mentioned. Yeah, exactly, Shaka. I have fond memories of Ember. Haven't written any in a long time. Yeah, it is a really good name. Well, you found a Backbone JS book. Nice. Welcome back, Linus. How you doing? Yeah, y'all remember when Ryan Florence came out with that like DBmon like demo application, and he was showcasing like how React could render it like perfectly or whatever? He seems to remember that the Ember version was bad, but he must have totally forgotten that the Backbone JS version was worse. Because yeah, like Jeremy Ashkenas, the guy who wrote Backbone and Underscore, was like, I can do it too, and it was the most broken, like, cursed implementation of any of those frameworks, like putting them out. So it's kind of funny. Yeah, no worries, Linus. What game are you playing though? That's important. And hey, what's up, Todd? How are you dealing with the heat? Spiritfarer. That's like a... Like you're like the Grim Reaper and a boat or something, right? No, I'm thinking of a different game completely. Oh no, this one seems cool. Oh, is it that? Ferrymaster to the deceased. Okay. Build a boat to explore the world, then befriend and care for spirits before finally releasing them into the afterlife. Yeah, oh no, yeah, this looks good. This looks super fun. And it seems, yeah, cozy is probably like the right word for it. And there's even 2-player co-op with one person being able to play the cat. Ah, that's awesome. Yeah, that seems legit. Okay. Sab immediately got interested. You got up to 118 today? That's terrifying. Did you cook some eggs in your driveway? Your sweat was sweating sweat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Linus. That's Fahrenheit, but still, that is way too hot. $47 Celsius. Air conditioning. That's the only way you can survive it. Meanwhile, I slept terribly last night because it was too hot, even here in Washington. But oof, it is 93 outside right now. Right, so we don't cool down until Wednesday. I don't know, Shaka I hate it. Now, keep in mind, the humidity is only 25%. So even if it's hotter, it probably doesn't feel as hot as Georgia. Someone was explaining to me how Georgia, like, humidity gets ridiculous. Yeah, right? %67% humidity. Now, it's a little rainy, so that maybe changes that. Right? So yeah, some of these days, oh, you're only going to be at 43%. Okay. That could be worse. But yeah, we pretty much never get higher than 40 here in Washington for our humidity. So, you know, it just depends. And yeah, Linus, like, seriously, yeah, people die in weather like that. Savannah is 85. %70 humidity where Xenogerm's at? Like, yeah, that's, ugh. No, thank you. And it's weird, because, like, we're here in Washington, we're, like, right on the coast. But that means that there's actually, like, good airflow instead of, like, stagnant air. Swamp people genes? Interesting. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun to me. It's gonna get hot in Germany again. Yeah, I want winter back right now, but I'm a little biased there. This is something people actually ask. Of course there's instructions on toothpick packets now. Yeah. I know, right? Like, whoa. Only slightly, but let's not get too political there, Sergeant. Alright, so we are using SlideDev. And we need to make these slides happen. I got sidetracked by the Uno CSS thing. Ooh, what is MDC syntax? Markdown components. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of MDC before. It does seem a lot like Markdown. Ooh, it's actually, like, accessible, too. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, Todd. Yeah, in the past, I've used Pandoc to convert Markdown into Reveal.js slides. But, yeah, SlideDev's really good. I want to make a port of SlideDev built on top of Astro. I think that would be really good. Yeah, no worries, Linus. Enjoy the game. Let me know how you like it. Now, hold on. Let me swirl some water around this. I want to give a proper water-based version of this a try. So yeah, doing the water mixer. How does this one hold up? feel like the wine barrel flavor comes through more with the water mixer there. Interesting. All right, so yeah, these slides, different kind of serverless. Let's make this part happen. Let's make sure that's sized up right. There we go. Yeah, we'll want to figure out a different title, but ooh. We're going to have to turn off prettier for this because it messes up our formatting. Yeah, no worries, Todd. So we need to restart our extensions anyway. Alright, so that should actually render something, but it's going to be blank because we got nothing in there. Right? Okay. And I do want to double check on how I did some slides for this. And then, yeah, I want to do the same thing. We're going to grab that. This last one needs to be a slide. All right, so intro, we'll do about me. Now, did I do that as a... Yes, I did that as an H1. Ooh, Todd, if you're still out there, should I be avoiding H1s here? Right, just for like the semantic nature of it. My instinct is yes. Okay, so I'm a Twitch streamer, lazy YouTuber, developer, advocate at GitKraken. What else should I say about myself? When someone asked like a different kind of serverless WASM question, right? I forgot to respond to it though. What was your question? Feel free to repeat yourself if you want. Let me scroll up and double check. I think it was like either during or right before our temperature chat. Like Xenogerm, was that you that asked the question? Oh, okay, no, Jay asked that question. What's this different kind of serverless WASM? Beanie enthusiast? Yeah, I'll take that. I think Beanie enthusiast is accurate. Yeah, no worries, Jay. Like, yeah, that's what we're making. So we're making a presentation about a different kind of serverless, right? The application I built is orderly, which I think most people have bugs with right now, so we're going to have to fix that at some point. Sorry for the burp. No, not a new frame. Though, some type of serverless framework wrapper that relies upon WASM would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? But yeah, basically the idea is a talk focused around Orderly, an app we made that I think most people here have issues trying to run, so we got to look into that bug, which we can do, right? We got time. But the general gist is that this application is fully serverless, right? I have no backend. All of the logic happens here client-side using SQLite and Whisper.cpp, both compiled to WebAssembly, running right here locally in my browser, with no server involved other than a file server to download the JavaScript CSS assets from, and also a file server to download the models from, right? So if we go look at models here, right, all of these are transferred from, just a static file server. So yeah, this talk is basically going to cover what WASM is, what it can do, where it came from, blah, 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 right? So we've got our outline, right? The intro, what is WASM, a history of WASM, which then talks about ASM.js and birth and death of JavaScript, languages that support it, right? Popular usage of it, which we'll probably want to extend at some point. Some limitations to it, right? Like, so the main goal of this talk is to actually educate people on WASM in general. And then the part where I talk about my app and how I built it and some of those things, that'll happen towards the end. But yeah, we want this to be like an informational talk that I probably turn into a YouTube video at some point. But yeah, let's keep hacking this stuff out. So yeah, about me, developer advocate at Get Kraken, Twitch streamer, lazy YouTuber, beanie enthusiast. And I feel like that's pretty good. Now, we should probably come up with some jokes. Oh, that's a good one. All right, so I don't think many of these are actually going to be that great. Yeah, exactly. We got to do some good dad jokes. Alright, some of these are okay. That SEO one was pretty good. Oh, that one's solid. Oh, that one's good. All right, so yeah, I don't know about those jokes. When I introduce myself at tables, sometimes people say, "What a pretty name," or something along those lines. I usually reply with, "Thanks, I got it for my birthday." Alright, so I don't know if any of those will work either. Whatever. We'll come up with jokes later. Possible joke space. Alright, so then after the intro, right, we want to get into WASM basics. So what is WASM? And I think the Wikipedia is going to cover a lot of what we need, right? But, hold on. Oh no! Well, that's a bummer. Yeah, I've been at Get Kraken since the beginning of March. Yeah. You ever use it? Oh, you didn't hear the news? Yeah. See, I didn't think I was hiding it, but it seems like I have. Oops. Sorry. Oh, really? I mean, Xenogerm, I'd love to chat with and understand that. I get you there, Sneaky. I mean, technically, you should be able to get work to pay for it. And what's up, Dr. Cagster? How you doing? Yeah, Xenogerm, Sneaky Foxtrot. If you guys want to chat with me about it and schedule like a one-on-one, that way we could I could understand it more. It's part of my job to chat with developers about how they use GitKraken, etc. I would love to chat with y'all about it. So please send me a message over on Discord and I'll send you a link so that you can schedule a one-on-one. Yeah, I'd love to know more about like how you use it, what parts you really like about it, things like that. That'd be huge. 1v1. Yes, exactly. Schedule a battle about GitKraken with me. One v one me, bro. But yeah, Dr. Caxter, what are you up to? How you doing? Let me get another album going. This one's solid. I mean, so MBB, just make sure that you are recording ideas like this somewhere that you can actually get at them later. Because if you don't record it, it's probably going to disappear. That's the only thing, right? Just write it down. Put it in a Trello board. Do something with it. That way you don't lose it. So, Sneaky Foxtrot, that definition is going to change from company to company. The company I work at, GitKraken, is heavily focused on content. That is the main thing they expect of me. But also, I am lifting some of the burden about chatting with our ambassadors and working with our community in ways like that. Like using your nose to tap it, right? Nice. In some roles, DevRel is responsible for maintaining documentation. In other roles, DevRel is responsible for maintaining SDKs. It just really depends on the company and what they need, right? DevRel is a jack of many trades. So the role will change from company to company. In some cases, your biggest portion of your work is going out to conferences and maintaining a booth. That's also a big thing that DevRel's taking. So it really depends. At this company, at GetKraken, my main focus is content. So making YouTube videos for them, writing blog posts when I can, doing workshops, stuff like that. Hey, nice. So yeah, it just really depends. I am a developer advocate, right? But developer advocate and developer relations, basically the same thing. And again, it depends on how the organization defines it. I think a big thing to remember, though, is that it's not just purely marketing, right? Even at GetKraken, part of my job is to actually chat with actual developers and bring that feedback back to the company in the form of one-on-ones, in the form of just our, casual conversations here on stream, right? It's not just a one-way from the company to the developers. It's about bringing developer opinions back to the company as well. Otherwise, it's just marketing, right? Like, as an example, one of my coworkers is a product advocate, where they are more on the marketing side of things. They do more like tutorial type content and things like that, whereas I am focused less on the tutorial aspect of it and more about just awareness. And I don't know, like, I'm sure they'd be stoked if I made tutorial content too. I just don't think I'm good at it. But luckily, I've kind of like found a niche with these like personas videos that I'm making, right? Where I like wear the fake mustaches and stuff. Those are seeming to be like a pretty awesome thing there. Do I have work hours? I mean, I have the hours in which they're trying to make meetings and stuff happen with me, but it's a flexible work schedule. Yeah, tutorials are tricky. And it's really just, they have people that are really good at making tutorials already, so it's less of something that they're asking me to do. For the most part, I'm able to make content that I think developers want to see. Right? Like the technical aspects of how some of that stuff gets made, like some of that, right? Like the distinct difference between me and the product advocates I work with is I've been an engineer. I've been a developer. So I'm able to at least understand things from a developer's perspective that they are less familiar with. But real quick, I gotta go pee. But yeah, like, it's somewhat flexible work hours. I pretty much have that as a requirement for companies I might want to work for in general. I don't want to work for a company that requires a butt to be in seat from 9 to 5. That's terrible, right? Especially because I like to work outside of those hours anyway, right? So if they were to require me to be a butt in seat from 9 to 5, well, then I would be really strict about not doing any work outside of that time. And they would actually miss out because that's when I'm more productive. I'm better off working on a Sunday. I'm better off working late at night for a lot of the stuff I do, especially video editing. Right? You don't need to be active from 9 to 5 to edit video. And often video is one of those things where it's so monotonous and boring that, yeah, you're better off just doing that at night when there's less distractions around anyway. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll see y'all in just a sec. So yeah, basically, I would have a hard time convincing myself to take a job that didn't allow me to stream. You know? Like, I don't think I'd do it anymore. Does that limit the kinds of jobs I could get? Maybe. Does it limit the companies I could work at? Maybe. But also, I've worked at a company that expected me to be a butt-in seat from 9 to 5, and I'm good. No, thank you. Right? When your entire team is remote, especially like even in different time zones, etc., what's the point? Oh, yeah. No, and I get you there, Sneaky. I've also been a dev for about 10 years now. At some point, you start to realize what things you care about more than others. And to me, a flexible work schedule is more important than a higher salary. Once you're at like a certain threshold. So yeah, I think I could be worth more as an engineer than I make, but also I put a premium on work schedule. So to me, I'm not going to try and come up with a number for it, but if it's between the difference of a 150, 160K a year versus 200K a year, and the difference was like flexible work schedule versus, you know, butt-in seat from 9 to 5, I would take flexible work schedule any day. But that's mainly because I'm a streamer. And I want to keep streaming. I think a lot of my value, especially as a dev rep, is the fact that I stream. So legendary, I would say once you feel somewhat familiar, you should start building projects. Because at some point, tutorials don't help you do that. Yeah, no worries, Matt. Did you end up giving, like, the Pomodoro thing a try at all? And one more thing I'll kind of say towards, like, the work motivation thing. Pomodoro is the way you do it? Okay. There you go, legendary. Nice. That's fine, Matt. What I would get at is sometimes getting started is the hardest part. So doing something that can at least, like, get that ball rolling, once you've actually gotten started, it's easier to keep going, right? That's like the idea of inertia. You know? It takes far more energy to get going from stopped than it does to maintain forward momentum. And that's even like a fuel economy thing for your car. The more lights you stop at, the more gas you're going to expend, right? Also, the slower your average speed is going to be. Like, you'll often cover more ground in less time on the freeway at a steady 20 miles an hour, even if it's bumper-to-bumper traffic, compared to 35 on back roads with a bunch of stoplights. That's one way to consider it there, Solid. But I think another thing to recognize is that without the Pomodoro, you may end up making yourself stop more often anyway. Right? If you're the kind of person that types 4 lines of code and then starts chatting with Stream, a Pomodoro of focused 25 minutes is better than stopping every 3. So, something to consider. Yeah, I think one big thing is if you are in the flow, you can just ignore the Pomodoro, right? You can just keep going when you want. Right? It's more of like it's a way of preventing you from getting into the things that distract you, rather than a way of keeping you from continuing to just work. But I totally agree, Solid. It's more like, it can be a double-edged sword. I would say treat like the break timer as like a rule, and treat the Pomodoro like work timer as a recommendation. And like what I mean by that is once you've started, you're working, but when it like stops and you're done with that session, you can just ignore it. But at least treat like the break timer as a rule. And that might help. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. There you go, Sam. Totally. Brain FM. Never even heard of it. Interesting. And okay, so Legendary. You've also thought about streaming your learning to code, but you get stuck so often you're not sure it's entertaining. You're lucky you have a friend who is in the field and they are like your mentor. That's huge, right? Having a mentor is nice, but I would say don't try and get too reliant on that. I feel like that's one of the biggest things I see juniors saying online a lot. That they just wish they had a mentor. I just really think the mentor thing ends up becoming a crutch rather than actually like a benefit if you end up needing to have a mentor at all times. Being able to self-teach is a skill that is totally worth like learning. But Legendary, what I'm going to get at is getting stuck. That's entertainment too, man. Like, really, people watch your stream for you. Not always the thing you're doing. Maybe Foxtrot. I think there's like a fine line to that. Sure, Goblin, yeah. Yeah, getting stuck happens no matter what. I think worrying about content is actually the least of your concerns. You need, like, if you want to stream, you need to get started at some point, and you're not going to be streaming to 50 people immediately, to 83 immediately. You know, you're going to build it up. It's going to take time. And you need to consistently put in that time, whatever you're willing to do. Otherwise, like, all your effort is kind of like down. Exactly, MBB. Yep. Yeah, people are there for you as the streamer. Your content will bring in new viewers, but people will stay because of you. And you have to get started to build that audience. So the longer you put it off, the longer it'll take to actually build up. And I was talking with Bedtime Bear about this yesterday. Right? Like, Tej read the entire NeoVim documentation from start to finish. His community was there for him to do that, not because they wanted to read the docs. You know? I think that's a big thing that people who are famous from YouTube and come over to Twitch, they think they need to have like a plan for their content, and they got to stick to that plan, and they got to make sure that they're covering that stuff, and they don't want to get distracted by chatting with people. Like, no, the chatting is actually the content. If they wanted to just watch a video of someone doing something, there's thousands of videos on YouTube they could watch instead. And yeah, thank you, Solomon. I appreciate it. But yeah, like, if you're considering streaming, just start streaming. If you want to improve your OBS setup, do that live on stream. Yeah, exactly, Goblin. Like, I think the biggest person I'm thinking of is, do you guys know Blue Collar Coder, or, what's his real name? Jack Harrington. Super cool dude, makes great content on YouTube. He tried streaming on Twitch, and he approached it as, like, the same, like, I need this structured content kind of, like, plan. And I feel like it ended up feeling like he was, like, stressing about doing the content rather than just, like, hanging out with his community, right? So yeah, like, Twitch and streaming platforms in general, they're about the interaction. They're about the people. If it was just about the code, you could just watch a video. You don't need the interaction. Yep. So yeah, anyone out there thinking of streaming, Bedtime Bear, you just gotta do it. And I think one of the biggest things you'll notice is a lot of, like, the famous streamers, right? I'm not saying every one of them. Some people have, like, a lot of production value around their stream. But a lot of the biggest streamers have actually like really low production value. And it's just their face and the game they're playing. You don't need 6 cameras around you that you're switching to and from. It can help, but it's not required. Yeah, Asmon Gold. Yeah. You're here for the beanies and the hoodies. Yeah, exactly. I'm blowing it on the hoodie front today, but the beanie is making up for it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't relate to him that much, but he's at least authentic. You know? Him and his audience relate to each other, at least. Ooh, I mean, Bic Nosa. Yeah, I need to get that going. Atota's ready. When does, like, the season start? So drafts begin May 29th, but end October. So I should probably get it going. The 11th week of September. No wonder September always feels so long. No wonder there are so many June babies. I know. I knew what you meant. I just thought it was funny. Why are there so many June babies? Because September is so damn boring. I was born June 27th. Exactly, Biotechnic. Yep. I'm not even kidding. Like, do the math. So Blades of Doom, right? September was really that boring, wasn't it? Ugh, it's raining again. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? And then boom, right? Big funky bass line starts playing. Boom, chicka, wow, wow. Right? Nailed it. Alright, so yeah, I do need to get the fantasy football scheduled up. How many people do we have that would like to play fantasy football this year with us? I will put a $100 prize up for anyone who wins. No buy-in, but we do expect people to actually like set their lineup and do it right. That's usually why like a buy-in is helpful, just to keep people motivated, but meh, whatever. Okay. Yeah, so over in Discord, we've got a channel. It is Fantasy Football, I think, right? Yep. So yeah, go chat in over there. And I can get you added to the invite list, or I can at least like set up and send the link over there. So just saying, anyone that's interested in fantasy football, just send a message over in that channel, and that way you're at least aware of it, and I can like tag the people in that channel who want to join. No buy-in. I am putting up a $100 prize, so it's not a lot. It's better than nothing, right? Should be fun. Actually, maybe we call that good. Oh, this is actually really cool. Hold on. So, in wrapping up, so yeah, we can at least like go through and look at like the binary format that is output, right? Wah. What language does this look like? Does that look like, is that Perl? No, not Perl. Right, it's S expressions. What's another popular, like, S expression? language. Ada? No. Alright, Ada's not in the list there. Oh, Lisp. Lisp is an S expression language. Ooh, no formatter for Racket? Scheme? Really? No. Well, I mean, maybe this is on Spotify, but what we're listening to is albums that I have purchased on Bandcamp. You ever want to hear the currently playing song, If My Bot Wasn't Crashed, which it totally is right now? There we go. So yeah, I tend to pay for music that I really like on Bandcamp because it is a better and more honest way of supporting an artist, in my opinion. We don't need to dig into the whole anti-Spotify argument again. Sure, Spotify is a big enough platform that discoverability helps artists get seen. I would push back on that a little bit because Spotify tends to just recommend popular stuff. When was the last time Spotify recommended something truly indie to you? It's pretty rare, right? So personally, I think for discoverability, I don't think there is enough independent artist stuff pushed by Spotify at this point to actually justify the discoverability. Does Bandcamp do recommendations? They don't. I mean, they do have a thing, and it may be better than it used to be. I typically find a lot of like the recommendations from Bandcamp through just like other albums from like a label. So this label of Retro Spectrum Collective, I have discovered more music from just like the discography of a label than I have in any other way on Bandcamp. So yes, there's Retro Spectrum Collective, who seems defunct and hasn't put out anything new recently, but there's other ones that might have, like Midwest Collective was a good one. I think they might be defunct now too. But the idea is just that like there are labels that are still like indie focused labels that I have discovered a lot of music through. New Retro Wave is another one. So finding some like newer, better labels that collect and publish synthwave for artists, that might be the way to go. That's my recommendation. But they do have a much better search than they used to have. So just using tags might be worth it. No, like technically I still get my YouTube videos like copy striked. Like not like actual strikes, but I get my VODs demonetized by playing a bunch of these artists. And it doesn't, like, I don't have any legal recourse for, like, you know, contesting that. So really, if you actually cared, just, if you want to multi-stream to YouTube, don't send the music to YouTube like the way the Primogen does it. For Twitch, you can just, like, have your audio tracks done in a way to where, like, certain tracks don't make it to your VOD. And then you're pretty much good as far as Twitch is concerned. So there are ways to do it. It just depends on how you want to do it, right? Like my VODs here on YouTube or here on Twitch don't have any of the music. Yeah, the right way to do that would be to not send music to YouTube. Which is doable. But also trickier. If you're using like the multi-RTMP plugin for OBS, that's tougher. If you're just using another software for the other platforms like I used to do, it was actually way easier to not send music to YouTube. So yeah, Primeagen basically just doesn't send music to YouTube. Which is also an incentive for people to, you know, who might find his videos, but then see him live streaming to YouTube. It's an incentive to funnel them as viewers back to Twitch. So it's really smart the way he does that. So X Factor, no, YouTube is the Wild West in that regard. If you remember, I used to play a lot of music from White Bat Audio, but they've since started going through all of my VODs and demonetizing those. Not White Bat themselves, but some record label claiming to represent them. And if White Bat isn't going to put in the effort to push back on that copyright troll, I have to assume that they're complicit. So I refuse to play White Bat Audio. If I'm going to get demonetized, I might as well listen to audio that I like more. I like some of White Bat Audio stuff. There's a bunch that I didn't like, but I put up with. Right? Like, they reuse a bunch of their songs from playlist to playlist. It's incredibly lazy. I might as well listen to music I like at this point. And that's even worse there, Illust Preacher. Yeah. Like, that's even worse. Really, Preacher? Dude, that's the worst. But yeah, how you doing, Clarkio, Mr. Sir? Feel like I saw you gaming on Friday or whatever? What game were you playing? I forgot that part. But yeah, hold up. If y'all don't know, Clarkio has a great stream. Only Up, that was it. Yeah, I was like, it wasn't Getting Over It. Yeah, Only Up. Like, it's another one of those, like, you know, you climb and if you fall down all the way kind of game. Which is brutal, but also good content, right? I know, I'm sorry. Did you not want to be shouted out? I did it because I wanted to. I knew you weren't going to ask. Would you prefer I not shout you out when you chat? Because I can do that. Like, totally up to you. You actually beat it, though? Dude, that's crazy. Have you checked out Chained Together? It's another one of those, like, climbing games, but it's actually, like, you're attached at the hip to other people. It is infuriating. I would say it's better to play it with people you don't like, because then, you know, if you end up not liking them more, that's perfect. But if they're friends, you might actually not be friends afterwards. You know, like, it's brutal. Like, you will get frustrated with people. Like, dude, all right? It is a friendship destroyer. Yeah. I don't think it was that bad, but yeah, for sure. Like, basically, I think Robotic Head was dealing with latency issues because he's from Australia. So there was moments where it's like, dude, ugh, like, jump already. And then there were other parts where, like, Algo Bro was playing with mouse and keyboard, which meant he had to, like, tap to, like, you know, like, move on parts where you gotta go slower. Whereas, like, a controller allows you to, like, edge forward and, like, slowly walk things. So, yeah, just, like, those inconsistencies led to, like, some tricky situations. It was actually a great time. Like, yeah. So, stoked on playing with those guys. I'm not sure I would want to play more Chained Together, though. They at least have, like, a beginner mode where you can just press a button to teleport back up to the highest you've been, which was cool. So it's less stressful. The human Sentai pad, exactly. The cuttlefish and asparagus, or vanilla paste. Vanilla paste! Vanilla paste! I think you're saying cuttlefish and asparagus. Oh no! Brace yourself, Kyle! Oh! Yeah, for sure. That is what it felt like, for sure. Oh, I know you're not saying hi for Clark. I know that for a fact, there, Clark. Like, totally, man. Dude, I wouldn't shout you out if I thought you were just saying hi for the shout out. Like, dude. I think I shout you out specifically because I know you're not, like, saying hi for that reason. So yeah, man, you know, just up to you. Ooh, Biotechnic, you managed to make Mscripten work. Yeah, what were you compiling with Mscripten? I assume that was some C++ code, right? Like, was it stuff you had written, or was it someone else's library that you had to, like, fiddle with? How many projects do I have going now? I mean, I got a lot of GitHub repos. I think, you know. We're at 153 GitHub repositories, and that doesn't even include the ones that are hidden behind, like, orgs. So it's quite a bit. Quite a bit. Oh, and the job's going great. Yeah. I forget if you're in the area. Don't dox yourself if you don't want to say. But yeah, I'd be stoked to hang out at any, like, event here in the Northwest. If you're heading to anything, like, let me know. Super easy. I'm gonna be speaking at SeattleJS on Wednesday, which is what I'm very slowly working on today. That's right, you visited. That's right, that's right. So yeah, if you do make it out to an event here in the Northwest and you got time to hang out, that'd be awesome, man. Sure, Blades. Oh, hold on. That's right. 1 second. Which jam is that for? Is that for... Oh, Fox Hollow Jam. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I was thinking that was gonna be like, is Thor doing another game jam? Yeah, like when does that one start? Has it started yet? All right, so you're using Unity. Cool. His starts later this month. Got it. Yeah, you know what I'd love to do? I saw someone tweet about this the other day. But it'd be really fun as an aspiring voice artist, or a voice actor, I should say, to like volunteer some voice acting for some of these games. Okay, so you're still working on it, right? A lot of work to do. Ooh, you know what this reminds me of? Like, the graphics remind me of Dragon Warrior. Right, like the tiles and everything, like heavy Dragon Warrior. So yeah, super cool, man. Oh yeah, yeah. Obviously, still a work in progress. Like, no worries. Dragon Quest, I guess, was the Japanese title. It was Dragon Warrior here in the US. And yeah, like, I had the original Dragon Warrior. Never beat it. Alright, so the graphics aren't nearly like what I remembered. But yeah, like, a slime draws near. What do we want to do? Do we want to fight it? Yeah, we had the first one. Dude, that would be a massive collector's, like, thing if we still had it. But nah, I'm pretty sure we pawned it for something. Yeah, SNES. Like, yeah, it was great. It was a solid game, Dusper. Scald? Is it like a newer game in the same vein? Rock and Roll Racing. No, I never played Rock and Roll Racing. Yeah, Rock and Roll Racing. I don't remember that at all. This does look pretty good, though. Yeah, like heavy SNES vibes for sure. My biggest problem with games like this is I need voiceover. I need, like, full voice acting for games like this. Like, I can play any of them solo, and I don't need the voice acting, but if I'm gonna play it on stream, I need voice acting. And that's my biggest problem with a bunch of games. Like, here's another fun game. Yeah, like, Baldur's Gate style would be huge. Another fun game, though, was, like, WrestleQuest? Yeah, no, this one's good. So you play something Sanchez, where you're like a wannabe Macho Man Randy Savage, but it takes place in like a toy universe. But you're like sentient toys. You got like moves and stuff you do against each other. Yeah, yeah, and I was doing some of the voices, right? But yeah, it lacks a lot of voice acting, at which point, like, you know, some of these voices really wear on me. Like, playing Planescape Torment, every voice is, like, gritty and, like, destroys my vocal cords. This one, too, like, Muchacho Man, like, oh yeah! Like, if I'm doing his voice, I can only do it for maybe a half hour. But you got special moves. Like, it's a really fun, like, cool game. So it's like a wrestling Final Fantasy kind of game. Like, it's really fun that way. And it's got some fun mechanics. Like, it's a good game. I heavily recommend it. If you're into that kind of, like, RPG. But yeah, Rock and Roll Racing. Never played it. Let me look it up real quick. Ooh, it does look familiar somehow. No, I have not played the first Descendant. It reeks to me of a Nexus, like, cash grab. Or Nexon, that's the name. Right, so, like, they're gonna stop maintaining it. Oh, shit. No, I totally recognize this, like, starting graphic. Hold on. Interplay. Okay. Interplay was amazing. Hold on, let's see this. Yeah, this seems really familiar. I don't know if I played it that much, but I'm pretty sure I did play it at least once. Ooh, you did some potion stuff. Hell yeah, Cinder. Really? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I played it that much. I remember, like, playing it at least once, but I don't think I got that heavy into it, but it looks amazing. Dude, this looks great. The driving style reminds me of the Micro Machines racing. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, this looks great. My favorite SNES game of all time is Shadow. And it's maybe my favorite game of all time. Like, very RPG heavy, but the combat was real time. Like, the soundtrack, like, everything about it. Like, dude, this was probably what really, like, kicked me into the, like, being a fan of, like, cyberpunk style games, for sure. Oh, it's really good. Yeah, I really like it. I liked it so much that I started even reading the books and stuff. Like, the Shadowrun universe, like, it's a tabletop game, very similar to, like, Dungeons and Dragons, etc. Except, it deals with the Cataclysm, at which point, you know, like, we're living our typical 90s lives or whatever, right? And then all of a sudden, magic becomes real again. And some people end up, their, like, latent genes or whatever show through, and they become orcs or trolls or, like, you know, just all sorts of stuff, right? Like goblins, you know, dragons, like all this stuff, like magic comes back, but in our, like, modern world. So, like, have you ever just chatted with some people that, like, yeah, they're, like, literally a troll. Not, like, literally, like, a troll, like, as we know of from the internet, but, like, they're just, like, their body type and their demeanor is, like an ogre or a troll from fantasy. Like, you know, they're just, like, they're big people, and I don't know. Like, there's something interesting about it. Like, I am probably elfin. I'm a little elf person. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, basically, your, like, latent genes come through, and then, boom, like, fantasy realm in modern day. And Shadowrunners are the people that do, like, heists and side jobs on behalf of rich people or, you know, possibly on behalf of, like, the mega corporations that basically run the world, right? Governments don't matter, megacorps matter. So it's, like, very, like, relevant to today at this point. I don't know. Like, it's a really good game. The world of Shadowrun is really fun. I really like the idea. It sucks that Microsoft made that terrible Shadowrun game because it killed Shadowrun for ages, but then finally Harebrained Schemes made Shadowrun Returns, and that, like, actually lived up to the universe and stuff. And yeah, it's already 3 a.m. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, it's already 6 p.m. where I'm at, and I've barely gotten any of these slides done. So I'm going to force myself to at least finish a couple of them tonight before we go over to gaming stream. Why? Because I have to give this talk on Wednesday. I'd like to at least do the practice run sometime on stream tomorrow, which means I got to get some stuff done. But I'm stoked on the conversations, the chatting, like, this is the best. Please keep distracting me. I'm okay with it. For work, all I gotta do is some video editing tonight. We're good. We're set. Like, no big deal. So yeah, Spiritfarer is a nice chill game. Hell yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. So yeah, any other languages I should look at that are like S-expression based? Right, like, ooh, they're doing Common Lisp right here. The highlight language is Lisp. Maybe we'll just say it's good and then see if it renders. Will it blend? All right, so Shiki knows about Lisp. Yeah, no worries, Linus. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow. Let me double check my work schedule too. Is it possible? Nah, Wednesday I got some stuff to do. I was gonna say, like, ooh, maybe Wednesday I just stream to finish up the slides and do the practice run. Which I could actually still do, but I do have, like, a work meeting at 3 p.m. So yeah, now, like, because I'd want to leave here at about, like, 4 to make it to SeattleJS to be able to do my presentation. So yeah, no, Wednesday's gonna be a day off still. Alright, so yeah, we see the WAT, the textual representation of WebAssembly. That same program is this, and I like the idea of breaking it down. Binary doesn't... Yep, language binary not found. We just have to do it that way then. Yeah, no worries there, Clarkio. Thank you for chilling, Mr. Sir. Ooh, so hold on. With slide ev, how do we do presenter notes? Oh, wow. Dude. So 2/ is a really cool feature. Here we go, notes. Ah, so as long as your note is the last section of a slide, you're good to go. Aha, okay. Yeah, we are regurgitating this person's content a little bit. I am okay with that. Because it's not the entire contents of our talk. And we are shouting them out in the citations, so I'm okay with that too. No, I'm not. I'm using SlideDev. So pretty much every other presentation I've ever given did use Reveal.js. I would compile my Markdown into Reveal.js using Pandoc, which was fantastic. But I am now using a tool called SlideDev. And it's really useful. It's especially useful if you do a lot of like Vue.js stuff, because it allows you to do like native Vue.js components within your code, which is really cool. I would love to make my own version based upon Astro that allows you to do code snippets in any framework you want. That'd be even better, wouldn't it? So yeah, SlideDev, massively cool, massively awesome tool. I simply want to make something that allows me to do presentations with any framework I want, because what if I want to do some solid stuff at some point? I totally could. I totally would. So yeah, one of our eventual projects will be an Astro version of Slide. Yep. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Reveal.js is really nice. It's just a little older at this point, and generating it, while doable, still leaves like some other stuff to be desired. Then, last but not least, so here's something I'd like to do maybe. Eventually, I would want to show these two things side by side, so we might have to create like a custom component for that. But I like what we got so far. So yeah, that's WASM basics, right? And it wasn't quite so basic. But I think for the sake of filling up the time that we have available to us, talking about this is actually useful. We are going to need to maybe make some jokes as we go through this thing to make it more entertaining, but we'll put jokes in last. So then, WASM history. So when we talk about WASM history, we want to do some stuff around it. And that's where the Wikipedia for it comes in. So let's close some of these. Before we go any further, so we get the spec in there. Then when we get to WASM history, that's where the Wikipedia is important. And let's actually read through and double check some of this. I definitely want to shout out ASMJS for sure. I want to shout out Gary Bernhardt's Birth and Death of JavaScript, right? And I feel like they're not shouting out nearly enough of it. Oh, damn. I had not heard about WebAssembly 2.0. Ooh, okay. Okay, and ooh, yeah. They do cover ASM.js a little bit. We probably want to pop that open as well. But real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I broke that seal, didn't I? So, BRB, see you in a sec. Oh, God. It is way too hot outside. All right, so y'all know that feeling when you've been like chilling in like a nice cool house or something for most of the day? You know, you step outside and it's warm, but then you step into like your friend's car and it's like, it's too hot, but it feels nice, and you're like, oh, I like this heat. Oh, this is cool. I like it. I enjoy the fact that I'm baking at this point. But then within like 30 seconds, you're like, okay, it's way too hot. Turn that AC on already. Am I the only one? Maybe I'm the only one. But yes, I've had that feeling where it's like, oh no, that heat was nice. Before they crank the windows down or like get the AC going. I had that feeling for like 10 to 15 seconds while using the restroom. And then the next like 15 to 20 seconds before I came back in here were like, oh God, it's too hot. It's way too hot. Oh my God. What am I even doing? So yeah, a little bit of that. Little bit of that. Yeah, before the clothes are way too hot, and then you realize that you are melting. Yeah, exactly. Way too hot here in Washington right now. Really, Sergeant Pepper? It's a very Washington thing. It's like your brain knows that it's a temporary heat, so you're able to enjoy it. Have you never just gone into a sauna and enjoyed sweating in a sauna before? Knowing that you can leave the sauna, it's going to be way nicer outside the sauna? I feel like your brain needs that, like, hey, this is only temporary, like, feeling, for sure. Right? If it's super hot out and you go into a sauna and it's just the same heat, but steamy, ugh. Ugh. Okay, so you're not a big sauna fan. Hot tubs? Do you not do hot tubs either?
We use the grid to control the flow of power to a machine. A small amount of power is amplified into a large amount of power. This is one of the principal mechanisms Electronic control. Electronic control.
I would say particularly like a hot tub that you own, not just like the seasoned hot tub that you know 1,000 people have sat in before they like change out the water. Hotel hot tubs are dude soup, basically. Like dude broth. Just boiled down ball sweat. So yeah, I don't typically get into hotel hot tubs anymore. Really? Interesting, Sergeant Pepper. Okay.
Resulting in waves of exceptionally high
What about during, like, the winter, when it's, like, super cold out? Yeah, Space Case. Maybe bad timing, maybe good timing. Depends on how you look at it. But hotel hot tubs are basically dude brine, dude broth, etc. You know? Reduction of dude. They really are, right? Like reduced dude balls. Yeah, exactly. SoCal winter, touche. I gotcha. No, that makes sense, Sergeant Pepper. Wait, so SoCal, are you gonna be at TwitchCon this year?
and we can control.
Maybe it's not quite that far SoCal, but still, you know, close enough that you're probably gonna be there, right? Dude, this song's killing it, by the way. Brings whole new meaning to balsamic reduction. Right, Space Case? Nailed it. That's a 4-star restaurant joke right there. I didn't know what balsamic even was until I worked in a 4-star restaurant. And 4-star meaning, I think it was the hotel, technically, because Michelin stars only go up to 3, right? Oh, so it's 2.5 hours from where you're at. Okay. That's a bit of a drive, but it's totally worth it, man. Yeah, you definitely should. I would say if, like, budget becomes an issue, try and share a hotel room with like-minded people.
They would likely excel in the world of soccer.
I tend to need my own hotel room because I want to vomit in peace if I overdo it.
During the World Cup final, with just seconds left on the clock and the score tied, they received the ball near the halfway line. With incredible skill and agility, Asabilab dribbled past 3 of.
But for people that don't overdo it when they party, yeah, I would say try and book a hotel room with them.
The goal secured their team's victory and cemented.
I'm not even kidding, Asobu. That is literally the reason why I need my own hotel room. Because I feel bad if I'm puking and I know I'm waking someone up with it.
With their club team,
you know?
Named the league's player of the year on several occasions. On the international stage, Asabilab has represented their country with distinction, earning over 100 caps and leading their team to victory in the World Cup.
Ooh, VIP, vomit in peace.
And skills have made them one of the most respected and admired soccer players of their generation.
That is what VIP actually means. What if someone else is puking and you gotta puke? You're not gonna, like, double dog the toilet. That's just weird. No, I get it. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper. Having a room to go back to, right, where you're, like, solo. It's just worth it. Yeah, double dog in the toilet? Yeah, I never thought I'd say that phrase, but you're right. Like, that would be a nightmare. No, like, upper decker is not something I would ever do, right? Like, you have to, like, truly hate someone. Anonymous gifter, thank you?
We are in the presence of greatness. Imagine FSCIOFF as a star ice hockey player. They are known for their incredible...
I thought that was a name that was going to be, like, trolling us, right? The anonymous gifter typically gifts to trolly names. That one... I'm not sure how that could be trolly, so thank you. Yeah, whoever gifted that, appreciate you.
They have been selected for multiple...
When it's puking, it's out of necessity. I mean, I'd rather puke in a trash can than the upper deck.
Performance has earned them the Hart Memorial Trophy, awarded to the most valuable player in the NHL on...
Right, the trash can was right there. You know, it was there the whole time.
Is known for their dedication to charitable causes, often using their platform to raise awareness and funds for various organizations. Their sportsmanship and leadership have made them a role model for aspiring hockey players and fans alike.
Touche there, Big Nose. Touche. I mean, we're talking about double dogging the toilet, like the trash can could fill in. We're not talking about, like, Eiffel Towering the toilet. Come on. And yes, I know that's a bit... It's a bit gross. It's a bit Chad-like to bring up. I'm sorry, just... I've always thought the idea of an Eiffel Tower is fucking hilarious. And it involves full-on consent, you know? Yeah, nor is Vic. If you're not aware of what an Eiffel Tower is, I don't think we should dig into it here. They made a reference to it on IT Crowd. So it's old enough. I know some friends from Snowboard World that have fully pulled an Eiffel Tower before, which is crazy to me. That is a level of confidence that I don't have. Ooh, anonymous gifter. That one's pretty good too, right? When someone asks if you're a god, you say yes. What sport does God play?
Imagine the sports star known as God. They are a legendary figure in the world of basketball, renowned for their
Obviously, God's a basketball player.
God's greatest play came during the final seconds of the championship game, where they sank an impossible, buzzer-beating shot from well beyond the three-point line, securing their team's victory and cementing their status as a basketball deity. Throughout their illustrious career, God set numerous milestones that may never be surpassed. They hold the record for the most points scored in a single season, averaging an astonishing 50 points per game. God's ability to dominate both ends of the court is unrivaled, as they also hold the record for the most steals and blocks in a single season. God's impact on the game of basketball extends beyond their individual accomplishments. They led their team to an...
Are they just reading, like, Michael Jordan's highlights at this point?
...feat that is unlikely to ever be matched. God's influence on the sport is immeasurable, inspiring generations of young players to strive for greatness on and off the court.
I'm pretty sure they were just reading us like Michael Jordan's highlight reel. Almost positive. When someone asks if you're a Michael Jordan, you say yes. No, so here's the thing, Hookmond, like, that was a gift, and I think it was actually a fully, like, anonymous gift, like, they just gifted anonymously for the sake of it? Maybe not. Yeah, Sobu. We don't know, like, technically, there is someone with the name God here on Twitch. Twitch will happily take your money to give to that person. It doesn't mean that they're even active on Twitch anymore, but they created the account way back when. Right? So you can anonymously gift to basically anyone. This is why we've seen anonymous gifting to things like Trump's feet, etc. Right? Like, yeah, there are some people out there that are obviously trolling. We don't even know if those accounts exist, actually, but Twitch will happily take that money. Only slightly. No, we have definitely seen truly anonymous gifted subs like that before. We don't have any right now in the history, but I bet if we scroll back far enough, I'll find one. Maybe not. Ooh, the history doesn't go back that far. That's right, because we got a Primogen raid recently, so that was a lot of follows from that. But yeah, let's continue doing some of these slides. Right, so WASM history. Exactly, Space Case, right? Like, as a mod, you've seen it happen a bunch of times, I bet. But yeah, how is everyone doing on this mighty fine Monday? Y'all having a good day? I'm just stoked to be here, hanging out with y'all. When you say 8-point PR, like, you mean a PR for a ticket that was like 8, like, story points or whatever? Pretty much every good team I've ever worked on didn't allow an 8 story point ticket. Yeah, interesting MBB. Like, typically, we would fight to break that up better. Right? To where, like, the biggest ticket you have is 5 points. Right? And maybe an 8-pointer is 2 5-point tickets, but at least, like, it's easier to track and hopefully doesn't spill over. I've worked in too many companies where spilling over is, like, a 4-letter word, you know? Like, ugh. No, so Raimu, story points, at least in this case, they're a Fibonacci scale that should not be equated to time, but they often are. So a 1-point ticket is something that you can get done in like a couple hours usually. A 3-point ticket, right, because it's Fibonacci, right? Because it's Fibonacci, you could have a 2-point ticket, you could have a 3-point ticket, right? Typically, you would skip 2 and go to 3 in most cases. A 3-point ticket would be like a whole day worth of work. 2-point ticket could fill that same void. It just depends, right? But then when you get to a 5-point ticket, that's a multi-day ticket, bare minimum. An 8-point ticket is like a full week. And then an 11-point ticket, or I guess it would be 13-point ticket. A 13-point ticket is the entire sprint, and really it should have been broken up. Now, you're right, like 2-pointers totally exist. Yeah. So 1-pointer is an hour. 2-pointer is like 4 hours. 3-pointer is a full day. 5-pointer is a whole week. 8-pointer is a whole sprint, right? Depending on how you break those up. Yeah, and really, the key thing to remember is that this point system is decided on by you and your team. You can't let anyone else decide what these things mean outside of your team, because then it defeats the purpose, right? It's no longer agile, like you're just doing waterfall with more steps, right? But even then, the moment you're equating time to those things, you're basically just doing waterfall with more steps. Water fragile. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Exactly, Goblin. And that is a flaw of management, and typically people misunderstanding Agile, right? What I would say is that is management thinking that they are Scrum, or Scrum Masters, right? Yeah, exactly, 7 Deadly C's. The whole, like, point equivalent to, like, throughput and how many tickets you can get per sprint, that is a Scrum Master problem. That is not an Agile problem. That is Scrum fucking up the entire thing. Agile should be fully Agile, right? Anyone that understands Agile knows that you can't equate actual time values to the thing that we are measuring as difficulty and time constraints. My biggest problem is that in a Scrum environment, there is nothing that accounts for the fact that getting buy-in from external teams could easily take months, right? Like multiple sprints. There's no way of measuring that in a company that considers themselves like Scrum native or whatever, right? Like, I just made that term up, but Scrum is brutal. Agile is actually somewhat simple. Because the Agile Manifesto, or the Manifesto for Agile Software Development, is actually really simple. It leaves so much room for people to misinterpret this. For business, to want to make it trickier than it should be. Right? This is the principles behind the Agile Manifesto. That's it. Like, it's so simple. It's ridiculously simple. But business hates simple. It's hard for some project manager to justify their paycheck using only these 12 principles. So instead, they introduce Jira and Jira-based workflows. If we were just using Agile, we could just use fucking Trello and be done with it. But T, how you doing? What you up to? So, T, are you saying I should get started on a project? Or are you saying that the Agile Manifesto is counter to the idea of just getting started? Which I agree with.
I'm unflinchingly in school of thought.
So, Trello, very different, right? Kanban board makes a lot of sense. Jira has a Kanban board visualization that works totally fine. Asana does as well. The main idea, though, is that
Is it Windows?
at the end of the day,
But anyway.
some business person is going to want to equate story points to hours, even though that's not how they work. They are fundamentally different things, and they were separated because of that reason. But someone at the management level will eventually say, well, yeah, 3 story points is this amount of, like, hours or, like, work, right? No, it represents effort. Right? If you have a PM pushing for hours, do they consider themselves being into Agile? They had to use some tool. And it was probably a tool dictated by their boss. And their boss's boss. And their boss's boss's boss. Hold on. Let me reply to this. Yeah, there we go. Best project management is a shared Google Doc. Said the person that works on, like, the Google Doc management team, right? Where do you work, Mopork? Google. Like, I'm kidding, by the way. I'm just having fun. Yeah, how you doing, Mopork? What are you up to?
I'm unflinchingly in school of thought. That
You work for Big Word Processor, so it's either Microsoft or Corel at that point, right?
doors open.
I'd be surprised if someone didn't buy Corel at this point.
Or is it Windows? Is it Windows opening and closing?
Like Big Pharma, but for word processors. So yeah, you work at Corel. I get it. Like, duh. Ooh, there was some quote, like, oh, John Hurt was in this film. Hold on. He had a line, like, so basically, I only know of this John Hurt line because the film it was advertising was, I'm pretty sure, in the like trailers on a VHS before Basketball or something like that, right? And he basically has the lines like, why would I want to process words? I'm an author. I just write the words. Why would I want to process words? That guy who died in Alien. Yeah, there's that line in Spaceballs. Oh no, not again. I really love the fact that he reprised that role in Spaceballs just for the joke. Dude, John Hurt's the man. He's the best. Oh, he's the best. Oh no, not again. Yeah, Spaceballs is a classic. It had to have been one of these movies, like, in this time frame, but I just don't remember. It had to have been after 95. But I don't remember what it was. Damn. You're not wrong, Sweezy Man. For some people, it was when they saw Pizza the Hut eat himself. For other people, it's the first time they had Pizza Hut. Oh, I could have made that joke the first time they had Domino's. That would have been better, right? Papa John's would also fill in that void. You're delicious. Otherwise, pizza's gonna take out for you. I get that, Sergeant Pepper. I definitely don't. It's pretty much all garbage pizza. At least Little Caesars recognizes it's garbage pizza. And they cut it, like, differently accordingly. At least Little Caesars cuts their pizza as if they were, like, you know, elementary school pizza style, you know? Right? Exactly. Nailed it, right? In elementary school, you either got the square cut terrible pizza or you got the French bread with sauce, cheese, and other stuff on top. Because they over-ordered on the French bread and had to use it up. I remember living in Jersey. Let me just point that out. We would get 2 different types of pizza, depending on what they had to use up. I've never had a legit pizza bagel. I would eat the hell out of that right now. If I made it at home, you know? I wouldn't pay for a pizza bagel. No, the movie I was thinking of with John Hurt was not Alien. No. John Hurt. Why would I want to process words? Nah, I'm probably not going to be able to find it. I write. I don't process words. Yeah, for sure. ...1997's Love and Death on Long Island. That was it. That was the film. Jason Priestley was in it, I believe. Yep, for sure. Yeah, I remember seeing this quote. And yeah, it was at which point, like, Jason Priestley is some dude that asked John Hurt, who's an author, like, what word processor do you use? To which, like, John Hurt says, like, I'm a writer. I write. I don't process words. That was a preview on some VHS that I watched way too much. But I don't even remember what it was, like, what film that was, like, a preview for. Right? You remember, like, when you would watch a VHS and you'd watch a good 15 minutes worth of trailers, just like going to the theater? Yeah, for sure. Right? That was the part where he accepted a word processor. Like, yeah, for sure. It's a weird fucking film. I've never seen the movie, even. I've never even seen it, but it was a preview on some film I used to watch a lot. That's all I'm getting at. And I just remember John Hurt saying, like, I'm a writer. I write. I don't process words. Right? Have you considered getting a word processor? No, I'm a writer. I write. Seven Deadly Seas, no, the key to it is that you had access to less films. Yes, I remember going to a Blockbuster or a Hollywood Video and, like, just looking at all the movies on the wall in the main section and being like, what do we want to watch today? And you go through and you look through the entire thing. You'll spend, like, a good 45 minutes at the movie rental place just picking out the film you want to see. And then if you're really an aficionado, you go into the specific sections for films. Ooh, I want to watch a horror film. You're going to go find the most obscure horror film you've ever even heard of. Right? You've never even heard of. But shit, it's right there. It's in the horror bit, and you look at the cover, and it's like, well, that looks fun. And you rented it. Because it was cheap and easy, and fuck it, why not? They were great. Yeah, for sure. Like, nostalgia hits harder. The fact that we have everything available to us now is amazing, actually. We live in the fucking future. Like, dude, you can go to Tubi TV right now. Right? You can go browse. We can go look at, let's just say, horror. And dude, there are so many horror films that you can find and watch for free. Right? You would wander the aisles and not find as many eclectic films as you'd find on Tubi right now. Like, dude, this is more movies than the entire horror film section had. right? That's insane. And some of them are new that would not have been in that horror film section. So that's what I'm getting at. Like, we actually live in the fucking future, but we take it for granted. We massively take it for granted. We also do recognize that there are so many shit films made nowadays that we just wouldn't have seen because it would have required someone working at the video store to justify why they ordered it. So yeah, like, there are so many shit films that you can watch nowadays that you wouldn't have even been exposed to because that store would have had to justify why they purchased it. You know? It's kind of cool, actually. It's kind of magical. We live in the future and we take it for granted. Exactly 7 Deadly Seas. Like, dude, me and my friends would go pick out a movie to rent every fucking Friday or whatever. And we'd go watch that shit. We'd pick out a game to rent too. Most of them sucked. But then you'd hit the one game where you're like, well, shit, now I gotta finish it. So I'm gonna be renting this game for easily 5 or 6 weeks. Vagrant Story. Final Fantasy VII. Parasite Eve. Right? Like, all these games where you're like, oh yeah, I'll just rent it. Oh, now I gotta hold on to it. I'll pay the extra fees. I don't care. I gotta finish this game now. Damn right, Goblin. For one of my birthdays, I want to say it was like 13 or 14, we rented Rampage Worldwide or something like that for N64. We stayed up all night long and beat that shit. Have you ever beat Rampage before? It seems like it's just randomly generated and you could never get to the end, but you can actually beat that game. You can actually beat Rampage Worldwide. It takes all night, but you can do it. You can totally do it. It really makes you recognize that Rampage was a game made to, like, suck quarters out of people, right? To just, like, siphon quarters out of human beings at the arcade. When you play it on an N64, that consequence is gone, and it's just a factor of time at that point. But when it takes all night, like, I'm talking like a 12-hour session of multiple people playing to finish the game, just remember how many quarters that would have been. And yes, Rampage was a game made to separate you from your quarters. Ooh, Binary. That's solid. I've been waiting for the Johnny Quest movie to make it to Tubi or some other platform, and it's like, I haven't seen it yet. Kind of bums me out. Because I really liked the movie. Let me just burp in your general direction real quick. Sorry. Conker's Bad Fur Day. I never played it. I don't even know. I have no idea. The movie I would rent on a regular basis was Basketball. Like, so much so that I just had to, like, copy the VHS at one point. Yeah, I just had to copy the VHS and then just watch that. Basketball is probably my favorite film of all time. And I know it's really hard to figure that out, but yeah, I think Basketball might be my favorite film of all time. Resonant Mr. Sir. Thank you for that sub, dude.
We are in the presence of greatness. Imagine Resonant Frequency as a soccer player. They are a legendary midfielder known for their incredible
midfielder
and precision passing. Their greatest play came during the World Cup final, where they delivered a stunning, perfectly weighted through ball from the center.
You're the first midfielder we've heard from the bot.
Who scored
it's always a forward.
Last minute of
never the goalie. The goalie deserves it.
Country's first ever World Cup victory. Throughout their career, Resonant Frequency has been a key player for both their national team and club side. They have won numerous domestic league titles and have been named the league's best player on multiple occasions. Their consistency and ability to dictate the tempo of a game have made them one of the most...
You did play left wing? Oh, all right. So you actually played soccer. Nice. Hell yeah.
Work and dedication to growing the sport in their home country.
We had someone in here looking at platforms. They mentioned that they were basically just being sold by vendors and evaluated those. I did point out Growthbook and some other companies for them to check out. I let them know that Vexilla wasn't going to solve what they needed. Do you guys do the idea of self-healing? No. And, like, seriously, this is simply, like, I pointed out a bunch of companies, right? I let them know I had a bias, etc. But do you guys do, like, a self-healing, like, idea of it? Like, so the way they defined it was if you have a flag that you set, and it's more like, it's very similar to, like, blue-green deployment, where when you get enough like failures or errors based upon a flag being on, it turns itself off automatically, or like within like the configuration. I let them know immediately that's not something Vexilla will ever do. And I wasn't even aware that there were companies doing that. It does seem very, like, A-B focused, but, like, in such a niche. It's super hard to know casually if your flag caused the error, though. Right, exactly. Yeah, like, you'd have to weigh the amount of that error being caused if the flag is on or off and compare the two. Yeah, like, it's a very tricky thing. Like, yeah. Yeah, I'm just really curious about that. I don't know. Like, it was brand new to me to even think about that being a problem. But you're right. It's, like, very similar to, like, a blue-green deployment, like, situation, too. So, yeah, this was something that someone else was asking about. I had recommended a bunch of platforms. I basically went and looked at the list of people that participated in that, you know, the feature flag super stream. They mentioned that they were considering Split.io and LaunchDarkly so far. They had used Optimizely in the past, and it didn't solve what they needed. But I simply, like, gave them a bunch of other options, and, you know, like, it's their task to evaluate it for the company they work for, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah. I wanted to give them the info without bias. But, yeah. I did ask them if Growthbook or other things don't live up to it. I'd love to know, like, what was lacking. So if I hear about that, I'll pass it on for sure. And yeah, thank you for that sub, man. Appreciate you. All right, more music, though. Yeah. Ooh, and I plan on submitting, yeah, the talk that you think would make a good talk, right? The hashing algorithm thing. I plan on submitting that to the Open Feature Summit, for sure. I also submitted 2 talks to WASMCon, which is part of that, like, that same event or whatever. So yeah, hopefully I'll be in town. Like, it'd be cool to meet up. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I didn't realize that, like, KubeCon and what's the other one? Cloud Native Con or whatever, that they were, like, having so many, like, tangential events right there in the same area around the same thing. Like, that's really cool. So yeah, I was stoked to actually understand, like, the scope of that event. Yeah, really awesome. And, like, huge shout out to Andrew. I hadn't even heard about Open Feature Summit until he made that announcement over in, like, the subreddit, or, sorry, the Discord. So yeah, like, dude, yeah, really cool, man. Yeah, I like how he is just very much about, like, feature flags in general. It's not about his team, right? Because we're all on the same team. Like, I really like that. He's a really cool dude. So yeah, I'm not sure how long you've been lurking, how long you've been hanging out. Again, your t-shirts are awesome. I'll shout out the others when I get a chance. Hope you saw that one I did at least, right? Like the 4th of July one. I had like the A/B test hero or whatever, like shirt on. It's the most patriotic shirt I own at this point. Okay, you did see it? Cool. But yeah, the main thing we're working on is trying to build out some WASM slides because I have a presentation I have to do at SeattleJS on Wednesday. Technically, I need these slides to be done. Hopefully by the end of tomorrow so I can do some practice talks. And I will be giving this presentation in front of, let's just say around 50 people at SeattleJS. So I should probably make this like solid. So I'm taking my sweet time. We're only like maybe 10 to 20% done with the slides for a talk that happens in 2 days. So not ideal. But really, like, this stuff hammers itself. I think we got it. How hard could it be? Alright, so yeah, some history about WASM. Ooh, yeah, U is massively outdated. Yeah, for sure. Leptos, I believe, is still maintained. Updated last week. Like, yeah. Let's double check it. So, 2 months ago, 4 months ago, yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. It's not 1.0 yet, and it's already, like, lost steam. Oof. Yeah, that's not great. And I think a lot of the stuff you've done, Raimu, like, would apply to a Leptos version anyway. Like, you might have to refactor a little bit. The idea of the agents, etc., will probably have to change. But other than that, like, the other stuff is just, like, refactoring the HTML macro and probably not having to change any of that. So yeah, I don't think you're gonna have to deal with too much as far as like the refactor goes. Wait, so hold up. Does Leptos not natively support WGPU? WASM GPU, right? Like, is it not native? Oh. I mean, I would say try and, like, contribute that back if you can. Or at least make an issue for it and show how you did it. For everyone watching, real quick, let me just point out, Raimu and I were both contributors to the Manning Rust Conference online. Was it 2022? I think it was the 2021, right? Hold on. Manning Rust Conference. 2020. Damn, it's that old. All right, so now I'm upset that I lost like an entire year, I think, forgetting the timing of it. 2020. But yeah, if we look at it, Raimu, I'm sorry, this does dox your name. Shit, my bad. Nothing. Totally different person, no idea. Like, yeah. No, okay, so it's right there. Like, dude, you have your name attached to it. I didn't do that. You did that. Alright, just making sure. I'm sorry, like, I felt really bad real quick, but, you know, it is what it is. Raimu had an amazing stream here on Twitch, and I'm looking forward to the day that Raimu starts streaming again. You've done it, like, a little bit here in the past couple years. I know you got stuff to do, you got a family, you got work, you got all these things, and like, there's certain things that you can't do on stream because of work. I totally get that. No pressure, no problem. But dude, I really loved how technical your stream was. I think there is actually like a lack of things that get that technical. There are people filling in the void, Sergeant Pepper, some other people doing like really like technical Rust and other things. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm a big fan. And I'm stoked for TwitchCon to be back in San Diego this year, because it means that Raimu might hang out again. And I get to hang out with Raimu again. Like, oh, that's gonna be great. But yeah, I also gave a talk about Rust, WASM, and you. And you too. Yeah. The puns abound. Right? Like, come on. God, I was so much thinner back then. Look at them cheekbones. Look at them cheekbones. So yeah, as far as our tweets, or sorry, our About Me section for this talk I'm making today, right? Developer advocate at Get Kraken, Twitch streamer, lazy YouTuber, beanie enthusiast. Do I need to add the former snowboard bum? It was a hoodie. Yeah, no, that's definitely like the hoodie. That is my most formal hoodie. For sure. I wore that same hoodie, I think that year or the year after for NeoVimConf, in which Prime and Tej both had their black hoodies, but I had the better black hoodie, and that was a joke I totally made. But no, this was super fun, like super good. I loved the fact that just because I was making some random, like, WASM tool, right? Like this thing. Hold on. What? Cellular Life? right? I made some random, like, WASM game of life tool. Just because I was making this on stream, someone from Manning decided to reach out, and I got to give a talk about it. And that was fantastic, wasn't it? So yeah, like, I don't know, like, every single person out there, if you're considering streaming, you should definitely stream. Why wouldn't you? Right? Like, what do you have to lose? You might look like a fool in front of people. What does that matter? I make money looking foolish. Is it a lot of money? No, but it's enough to not care. And honestly, anything greater than 0 is enough to not care. We all look foolish from time to time. The key is being willing to embrace it. And yeah, man, like, I made a Conway's Game of Life implementation using YEW, in which I naively determine if we are within a loop, right, a cycle, because Conway's Game of Life, without a random seed, and within a finite universe, if you see the same exact frame that you have seen previously, you are in a loop. The magic is, I am maintaining, right, we see within 805 steps, sometime within that 805 steps, we saw this same exact frame previously. If you're not aware of what that actually means, let's just check this out. If we do 42 here, and I connect these three, and we click start, it goes for ages, and we crank it up to the 60 frames a second, and it keeps going, and that number of steps will go up to, I believe, like 3,400 something, maybe 3,200, I forget the exact number. We can just let it go. At some point, we detect that we are within a loop. And for me to be able to do that, I have to maintain and record every step ahead of time, right? Or like as it's calculated. And then compare every subsequent step with the one that came before it. Which means I am maintaining, as far as like memory is concerned, 1,600 frames in memory and checking them cell by cell. I did not do any memoization or hashing of state. Nope, I did none of that, Ryman. That was the eventual thing I could do to optimize further and track more steps. 0 memoization. I am checking every single frame versus the previous frame and determining if we hit a difference. And if we hit a difference, I do bail out early. So we do have an early bailout. But if we don't detect a bailout, then we go to the entire thing till the very end. And it's 2,000. We're on a 40 by 50 grid for this thing. That means there are 2,000 cells that we have to check on every frame or on every step as we're animating this thing. I'm angering the gods of Big O. Damn right. Yeah. I am like spitting in their fucking face right now. Because, right, if you tried to run this in JavaScript, maintaining JavaScript data structures for all this, could you imagine how much RAM that would take up? It'd be fucking crazy. But instead, I'm doing this all in Rust. The Rust is then meets with my compiler and gets optimized and elided away in such a way that becomes magic, right? I'm dealing with real numbers and booleans and what they represent for the resulting binary, and the data structures that I am frame by frame, cell by cell checking are all also just arrays of the bare minimum thing to check them. So I'm able to keep 1,600 frames in RAM and check them on my ancient Mac Mini. If If I was doing this on modern hardware, I could easily make it 3,000 steps. I could maintain every step in RAM. But instead, I needed to maintain like a queue of 1,600. Oh, woe is me. Whatever shall I do? If you have a loop that is longer than 1,600 frames, touche, you win the game. So the magic of it is being able to use real number and real data types in an actual like memory performant way, and I didn't even need to resort to memoization or hashing, right? Like hash this entire step and then like compared to the previous hashes, and then if we get a collision, then iterate through every single cell within those frames. Like, dude, I didn't even have to do that, and the maximum RAM we're consuming with this thing is somewhere along like 32 meg. Like, our RAM consumption for this is ridiculously low. Because again, we're able to use WASM and use real number and data types versus what JavaScript forces us into. So that was the magic of it. That was actually like the beauty of it. Like, just, yeah, it just works, man. I didn't even have to optimize it. I could naively check every cell for 1,600 frames of this entire thing, cell by cell, bail out when we find a difference, sure, like early bailout. Yeah, that's an optimization. But I didn't even have to go like crazy optimization-wise. How many frames do we think we could maintain if I did go crazy optimization-wise? I don't know. We'll never know because I'm lazy and I haven't done it because I didn't have to. So yeah, that is the power of WASM. That is the thing that WASM gives us that many people will just take for granted because they don't realize. That is the power of WASM. Yeah, this was a really fun project, you know? And all it took was making it here on stream to get invited to some online conference for it. Streaming is also a superpower, right? WASM is a superpower. Streaming is a superpower. Use as many superpowers as you can. Like, why not? Is that all you had to do, Raimu? Like, really? Was that it? Dude, I don't even remember how, like, you got invited even. That's crazy. Like, dude, yeah, the Manning people killed it. Now, keep in mind, after that, the Manning people were like, you want to write a book? And I was like, nope. Because, yeah, like, no thank you. You want to write a book? Nope. I forgot what I was going to look up real quick. But yeah, whatever. It's fine. Nope. Yeah, real quick. But yeah, Leptos is another really awesome tool. I would say refactoring to Leptos is probably going to be like really valuable. And hey, Goblin, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. You've been here like a couple times that I figured you were already following. Huh. All right. I'll take it. Thank you. But yeah, seriously, anyone considering streaming, you just should. Just do it. You're gonna enjoy it. Yeah, no worries, Goblin. For sure. Now, hold on. Is the Goblin thing, like, your own? Or did you Did you, like, rename yourself after being a pirate software viewer for a while? Right? Because he refers to his audience as the goblins, right? You are a pirate viewer? Touche. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, he's so good. Like, he's so wholesome. Bearded Hefe. And now you are Goblin Hefe. I like that. Yeah, that's legit, man. Oh, you have a fake beard in your picture?
You're in the presence of greatness.
Wait, really? Hold
Imagine
on.
the Bob Fetino Zika legendary hockey player. They dominated the ice with
Nice.
their incredible speed, agility, and precision.
Solid.
Their greatest play came during the Stanley Cup Finals, where they single-handedly scored a hat trick in the final period, leading their team to a stunning comeback victory.
Ooh, so Bob, I didn't know you played hockey.
They set numerous records, including the most goals scored in a single season and the most game-winning goals in playoff history. Their success on the ice earned them multiple MVP awards and cemented their status as one of the greatest hockey players of all time.
But yeah, Bob, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. And yeah, Goblin, thank you for the follow. Resonant, thank you for the sub. Yeah, you guys are the best. I almost want to make a slide about ASM.js specifically too. Right, so yeah, like, let's break it down to a timeline instead. I think that could be worthwhile. Interesting. They don't give a good start time for Mscripton, like when it was created. Oh, I'd want to go next. right? 2011, Emscripten library started. That seems like as far back as we can go. Okay. Alright, so yeah, we need to get like a good timeline of WASM in general. We need to cover the things that came before it, and also like the video Birth and Death of JavaScript, like for sure. The most influential WASM video ever made. Ooh, hold up. Hold up. Wait. Hold up. This is quite possibly my favorite photo taken in recent memory. There's a few, you know, like, come on, take it easy. But, oh man. Hold on. That right there is me taking a photo with Gary Bernhardt, the guy who made the Birth and Death of JS video. This is the most influential WASM video ever created. And yes, I fanboyed out hard. He was coming back from the bathroom, and I'm like, dude, let me get a photo! And I think I totally weirded him out, but he was still a good sport about it. JavaScript. Exactly. Yes. Like, dude. I really do wonder if he recognizes how influential he is and has been. Right? So 2014... The Birth and Death of JavaScript. Yeah, totally. He's going into the timeline for sure. He predicted the entire future we're seeing so far. I'm just waiting for the day that we have Photoshop running in Firefox, running within Chrome. Because why not? It's all compilers all the way down. It's alright, let me go pee. BRB. So I'm back. God, the temperature right now is so unreasonable. Where was that photo taken? That was taken at SeattleJS. Yeah, that was during the Christmas party for SeattleJS just, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, right? If you didn't know, he lives in the Seattle area. I don't know where, and I don't need to know where, but he does show up to SeattleJS from time to time. I feel like in the past, I might have even, argued with him a little bit, not knowing who he was. I'm curious if he remembers that. I argued for the idea of WASM being a compatibility layer between languages and being able to translate between one language or the other. At which point, yes, I was out of my element and I was totally wrong. If you attach metadata to the WebAssembly, an LLM could totally use it to write binary compatible code in another language, right? So I don't think I was that far off. I just think I lacked the technology to explain what I was talking about. With sufficient metadata, such as variable names, etc., WASM could be a compatibility layer between languages in which they are translatable rather than just cross-compatible. Did I have the knowledge to argue that point back when I said it? Fuck no! But I think the reality we live in now is actually proving the statements I made as a naive individual as more true than they even used to be. No big deal. I think we can all predict the future if we're willing to be wrong in the moment. Ooh, that's a tweet right there, isn't it? Predicting the future is easy if you're willing to be wrong in the moment. That's a fortune cookie at the bare minimum, right? No, I may have been deferential more than, argumentative. You know, I'm only human. I will totally fanboy out if I know who I'm talking to in the moment, but I don't think I did. So then I treated him like another person that I just wanted to argue with at that point. And I think we're both better for it because of that. So, really, argue with your heroes. As long as you don't know who they are. And then that creates a Michael Jordan fuck them kids moment. Just being honest here. Oh man, I know I have video editing to do tonight. I don't know that. Chatting, I'm not sure. I have no idea. My only personal interactions with him are that he's actually a really nice dude. Because I think the first time I interacted with him, he didn't tell me to shut the fuck up. I mean, obviously, yeah. I think he's a nice dude then, right? Because he probably should have. He probably should have. So, I don't know, like, he actually strikes me as, like, a nice person who has strong opinions, who's willing to just, like, write someone off as less knowledgeable. He probably should have told me to shut the fuck up. Yeah, I agree. He should have told me to shut the fuck up. But he actually argued his point really well. So, again, I'm not sure he would remember it. I'm not sure that was even the person I was talking to. But I do remember having an argument with someone about WASM in general at SeattleJS more than 6 years ago. At that same event, I remember having a chat with someone who worked on Skype at the time, and they were talking about a bug they had to debug via telemetry. And this is all the same event, which is why it's like so amazing to me. And they were talking about like a bug they had to debug via telemetry in which they had to deal with if you pass the result of a function as an argument to another function in C++, if you do it there in line, you lose all sorts of debuggability. Whereas instead, if they had like rationalized that value of like the function call to a variable on its own line, their traceability and understanding of what was going wrong would have made way more sense. But instead, because of that, the error that got thrown and the other bullshit around it meant that there was a memory leak around that call failing, but because that call failed within the arguments to a function, that it would just constantly leak memory no matter what you did about it. Like, you could catch it if you wanted, but because it was part of like a function call, it would immediately just leak. Like, so yeah, I had this conversation with a person that other people I know affectionately called JavaScript Jesus, because he had an amazing beard. And I haven't seen that dude at a single event ever since, but yeah, he was working at Microsoft on like the Skype team, doing like remote debugging via telemetry type stuff, and like he had this bug in which he pointed out like a C++ foot gun of using a function call as an argument, and that function call failing and throwing in a way that caused everything to leak. Like, it was really cool to have them, like, point that out, because there are certain foot guns. It was undefined behavior, technically. And depending on how that behavior got compiled, right? If you're doing that compilation in dev mode, you'd never see that error, because dev mode imposed a bunch of, like, safety stuff. Whereas at production time, that safety disappeared. And that was another aspect, too, like, what they were dealing with, that, like, they couldn't reproduce locally, and they just had to, like, use their wizard brain to figure it out. I love those moments where you just simply have to, like, take everything you're given, compare it with what you can actually reproduce, and just mash brain cells together to figure out the cause. Like, that is some, like, you're a fucking superhero. Like, a really boring, mundane superhero, but you're a superhero for being able to actually, like, debug that without the actual necessary information. Like, it's really cool. So, yeah, this person pointing out that C++ foot gun, I'll never forget that. Like, it was just such a good, fun conversation. And it was the same event in which I argued, I think, with Gary Bernhardt about, like, WASM being a compatibility layer, but in a way that was like translatable, whereas like he was making the point that it's not translatable. And I agree with him. Without extra metadata, it isn't. But could we attach that metadata? I think so. So yeah, anyway, living in Seattle is amazing, dude. I've chatted with JDD, John David Dalton. I think it's David. Something Dalton. Right? The dude that wrote Lodash. I've chatted with that dude. Super fun chat. He knows way more about me than me about pretty much everything JavaScript-wise. But dude, the fact that you can just chat with these people. I've met Aiden Bai at SeattleJS. The fact that you can just chat with these people. Like, dude, it's so cool. If there isn't a local meetup around you, start one. Because you'll have conversations that you can't possibly predict that will change your life as a developer. Local meetups are a superpower. If there isn't one near you, you should start. For sure. But yeah, BRB, let me go grab some soda and some ice cubes, and I'll be right back. Just give me a second. It'll be quicker than the bathroom break, so I don't even need the thing. The number one thing I want to point out is that tech celebrities are not celebrities. Nobody recognizes the Primogen at the grocery store. Doesn't have it. He's just what his name is that he would like me to not say publicly. Right? Because, you know, I want to respect that. Like, he's a super cool dude, right? The Primogen. He's just a dude at the grocery store. Theo is still just a dude at the grocery store. JS celebrities, tech celebrities in general, they're not actual celebrities. Which makes them far more approachable, far more like chattable, and it's really awesome now. So I just want to say, like, you should never feel bad about just saying hi to any of these people at a conference or any place that you see them.
Imagine a van lock.
Just say hi, like they're just a human being, you know?
They are known for their incredible agility, ball handling skills, and clutch performances. Evan Laughlin's greatest play came during the NBA Finals, where
dude, we've had basketball and soccer as the only sports that this thing is prepping for.
Cemented their status as one of the greatest players in basketball.
So that's a bummer, man. And yeah, chat's working. We see you there, Seven Deadly Seas.
Numerous milestones. They have been named NBA MVP multiple times, earned several scoring titles, and set records for the most three-pointers made in a single season. Evan Laughlin's impact.
JS Jesus and Bash Buddha.
As they have also been a vocal advocate for social.
Who is Bash Buddha? Is that
using their platform to inspire change and uplift others?
Who would you classify as Bash Buddha? Yeah, Coding Garden fan, Mr. Sir. How you doing? Yeah, Coding Garden, another really cool dude that I've never met in person that I'm really looking forward to meeting in person at some point. It will happen, right? If I have to fly out to Colorado just to do it, so be it. Don't tempt me with a good time. So Coding Garden fan, I've been employed since early March, and I know you've been here since then, so I guess I didn't tell you, but I work at Get Crackin'. Do I have a job command? There we go. Yeah, so I haven't been looking for a job since early March. And I know you've been here since then, so I apologize that I kept you in the dark. That's my bad. And I think the company's stoked on it. Ooh, hold on. Alright, sorry. But yeah, man, like, no, I'm stoked on it. I think the company's stoked on it. I think I've delivered a lot of value. I always question if I'm doing enough. I have to push back on that for my own, like, mental health in general anyway, right? You'll never feel like you're doing enough, right? At the end of the day, am I delivering value? And I think the answer is yes.
We are in the presence of greatness. Imagine 7 Deadly Seas as a star water polo player. They are known for their incredible speed, agility, and precision in the
Ooh, water polo! There we go! The bot finally picked something obscure.
Just seconds.
Nailed it.
7 Deadly Seas swam the length of the pool in record time, evading defenders and launching an unstoppable shot that left the opposing team stunned. Throughout their career, 7 Deadly Seas has achieved numerous milestones. They have won multiple world championships and have been named the MVP of their national team on several occasions. Their dedication to the sport and their unparalleled skills have made them a role model for aspiring water polo players around the world.
Water polo. Alright, so hold up. ASM.js and mscripted. So I'm not familiar with Google Native Client. Oh, NACL. No, I am familiar with that name. Ooh, that is a phrase I have not heard in a long time. Honestly, like, the fact that I'm making this talk, I am learning a bunch of stuff. Like, this is the best. Making a presentation for a meetup is an opportunity to learn more than you were planning on. Because you want to give as full-featured of a talk as possible. Dude, Evan! You don't gotta do that, man! Evan, you're just such a cool, fun, like, awesome voice in general. Like,
is a legendary
you hanging out.
For their incredible speed,
Totally worth it, man. Like,
scoring ability.
You don't gotta do that.
Use the game with their signature move, the Mad Dog crossover, leaving defenders stumbling in their wake. In their most iconic play, X-Max Ducks received the ball at the top of the key with just seconds left on the
Thank
clock.
you, Evan. But honestly, man, like, dude.
Elevated from the free throw line and dumped the
I'd rather have you start streaming gaming or something so that I could sub to you.
Illustrious career, X-Max Ducks broke numerous scoring records, earned multiple MVP awards, and led their team to several championship titles, cementing their status as one of the greatest basketball players of all time.
If you want to start learning tech, right here on Twitch is a great way to do it. You could do free code camp. You could have an audience that's there, willing and stoked to be there with you while you do it.
Of great SHL, a talented ice hockey player, has made a name for themselves in the NHL. Their greatest play.
You totally should, man.
Stanley
You
Cup
totally should.
Finals, where they showcase their exceptional skills and
And I think you are tech curious, right?
Received the puck near the
It's so easy.
Skillfully maneuvered past two defenders and unleashed a blistering slap shot that found the back of the net, securing their team's championship victory. Throughout their career, SHR has achieved numerous milestones, including multiple All-Star selections, the Calder Memorial Trophy for Rookie of the Year, and the Art Ross Trophy for leading the league in points. Their consistently high level of play and leadership qualities have made them a fan favorite and a respected figure in the world of professional ice hockey.
So we have heard way too much basketball, way too much ice hockey, right? Hold up. Before we do anything else, I'm gonna push up some changes for this this bot, because it's blowing it, man. Like, come on, pick some other sport. Oh, that was a mistake. Hold on. Where do we even have the sports stuff? Not there. Shit, where are we even doing the sports thing, man? I feel like it might be on the front end at this point. But where? We've got everything here in like app.tsx. Here it is. It's here in state. Okay. Imagine the user as a sports star. Decide what sport they play. Also describe their greatest play for that sport and create any other milestones that make sense. Try to avoid common sports like basketball or soccer. The more obscure the sport, the better. Right? All right, so there we go. That'll only take a little bit to kick in. We're going to have to test it here in a second. Evan, I'm going to test it on you. Hope you're okay with that. Let's get some more music playing in the meantime. What music should we do? Like, honestly, Vector Hold? Yeah. And totally fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hold on. Let's double check this. No, not that render. Hold up. Yeah, that's right. Shit. Hold on. Yeah, dude, yeah, we're not hosting the new Twitch voice rewards anywhere. Oh, that one was weird. We just hit like a random error that we should not have hit, and we're good now. If I refresh. Yeah, we're set. Yep, local stuff loads. We queue up Evan Lachlan, because why not? Sorry, Evan. Hope you're okay with it. What sport did you play?
We are in the presence of greatness. Evan Lachlan, a rising star in the world of basketball, has quickly become a household name. They have showcased their exceptional skills on the court, leaving fans and opponents in awe. Lachlan's greatest play came during the final seconds of the championship game, where they sank a buzzer beater from beyond the arc, securing their team's
that's
victory
bullshit,
and
man.
the league title.
No,
Throughout their
no.
career,
I'm refreshing. Really? I said avoid basketball. Anthropic, you're fucking blowing it. I said no basketball.
we are in the presence of greatness. Evan Lachlan, a rising star in the world of basketball, has taken the league by storm.
Motherfucker!
With their incredible agility and sharp shooting skills, they have quickly become a fan favorite.
All my homies hate basketball. Like, no, basketball's fine. I love basketball, but it is way too common. All right, so there we go. We got things started. We got the BS for it. Let me try it again. I reload. I queue something up. And how about this? 7 deadly seas. Let's do you, right? If it's basketball again, I'm going to be pissed. It didn't even do your name? I mistyped deadly? Oh shit, hold on. Did I hit my cap? Oh. Oh, that's a trickier bug. I'm gonna restart it. Yeah, I think I need some work. I need to put in some work to make that better. Ooh, that was a tricky bug. It was actually encoding 7 Deadly Seas' name. I mistyped it, but also, like, it should handle a mistyping. Because it should handle, like, bad names, too. Interesting. Okay, okay.
We are in the presence of greatness. Evan Lachlan, a rising star in the world of basketball, has taken the court by storm with their
Motherfucker!
incredible skills and unmatched
Dude!
communication. As a point guard, Lachlan's quick reflexes, precise passing, and sharp shooting have made them a force to be reckoned with. Their greatest play came during the final seconds of the championship game, where they sank a buzzer beater from well beyond the three-point line.
Nope,
securing
I'm
the
refreshing.
victory
Like,
and
fuck
cementing
it.
their status.
Nope, totally broken. Anthropic. You're out of the running. How dare you? We're going to do GPT-4 Turbo.
We are in the presence of greatness. Evan Lachlan is a renowned figure in the world of professional basketball.
Motherfucker!
During the championship game, where they executed a stunning half-court buzzer beater that clinched the title for their team. Throughout their career, Lachlan has been known for breaking the season record for three-pointers and consistently being named an all-star player.
Oh. No, you know what? Hold on. Control-Shift-R. I don't think this shit refreshed. I don't think it refreshed.
We are in the presence of greatness. Evan Lachlan is a renowned figure skater known for their exceptional artistry and technical skill. They made headlines with their stunning quadruple lutz at the World Championships, securing them a gold medal. This signature move, executed with flawless precision, has been dubbed the Lachlan Lutz. Additionally, Lachlan has set records for the highest short program score ever recorded in the history of figure skating.
Alright, what file did I edit? It was state.ts. So holy fuck, man. I see it, but it's not being passed. I'm actually really bummed on that now. There's something about that bit not making it through to the front end passing stuff to the back end as it should. Like, I'm looking at the request sent from the front end in my bot to the back end of my bot, and it's not the value I'm saying it should be. Even though I did a hard refresh and I tried to clear cache and all that shit. What could be failing, man? I don't even know. Yeah, at this point, like, I'm getting tired thinking about it. That said, I know I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because it's going to be way too hot. So, yeah, like finishing stream early isn't going to help me actually get work done tomorrow or tonight. Like, nah, man. I can only do work here in this room because this is the only room that has a reasonable temperature. And even then, like, it's pretty warm in here. Dude, this sucks. I need to start saving up my vacation days for whenever it gets way too hot here in Washington. I'll work while I go out to other conferences and stuff. I can't work when it's 90 plus degrees in Washington. I just can't do it. Like, it's not possible. Like, I'm not going to sleep, which means I'm going to be terrible the next day, which means I'm not going to get shit done. I need to move to the tundra in Canada, and then we're good to go, right? I do need to get a cot and just sleep in this room. You're not wrong. Like, dude. Yeah, it's just an unfoldable cot, and I could sleep in my, like, stream room. Then we're good to go. Now, it would, like, the AC would wake me up when it kicks on, but that'd be worth it. Yeah, I'd be, like, living in a mini fridge. But basically, like, same difference. Nah, I need to get, like, a collapsible cot. I'm blowing it. I get it. Yeah, as far as what we're doing, if we look at what we got, we are maybe 25% done with what we need. Which means tomorrow we're going to go even later and get more work done. But honestly, I'm at the point where, like, yeah, no. I need to eat some food and play some shitty games and then hope I can get to sleep tonight. But realistically, it's going to require a cot in this air-conditioned room. So tonight, I'm resigning myself to not sleep well. Yeah, it's gonna suck. I get it. We've done some really good work on the WASM basics, WASM history. I think WASM limitation, security, and support, and even, like, usage are gonna be pretty quick. We're gonna have way more work to do for, like, yeah, Whisper and SQ local, and, like, dude, honestly, we got so much work to do. Fuck. If I can get my, like, launchpad thing moved up earlier tomorrow, then yeah, I can start streaming here at, like, 12:30. That would be the move. We'll see if I can convince a coworker to move that. We'll see. But that would be the move. So, who do we go raid? Yeah, obviously, like, we're slacking. I got work to do. I'm not going to get most of it done tonight. Realistically, I'm not even sure I'm going to get, like, editing done tonight. I need to make sure this, like, talk is ready for Wednesday. And I think if I can just shout out, like, hey, like, I'm totally giving a talk at a local meetup, and I'll talk about Get Kraken in my intro and, like, some other stuff, and then talk with people afterwards, like, I think it counts. I don't know. We'll see if the company cares. But really, like, talking about product is important, you know? We'll see. We'll see. Who do we go raid? Who's going? Like, who's even streaming right now? I don't even know, man. We see Hero in Coding with Strangers. We see Nick One Data Sci. We see Coco Type doing some iOS stuff. I see game streamers. I see a streamer gaming. I see game dev streamers. Danny Sem just doing what she does. She kills it. Like, honestly, I do want to raid Denny Sem again here at some point, but I'm not sure today's the day. Productive Time, just killing it. Like, honestly, Productive Time is one of the most consistent, like, co-working streams I've seen in general. Like, do we even see, what's her name, right? Study Time. I haven't even seen Study Time in ages. Maybe I got, like, unfollowed because Twitch has a terrible policy of recognizing those things. So I need to go double check that, but, like, I haven't seen Study Time in ages, you know? I'm going to do this. I'm going to shout out, if you're looking for a co-working stream that is super chill and fun and they, like, get their stuff done, right? Productive Time. Like, super cool. Really cool person. Like, raids our gaming stream all the time. Like, just so nice. So awesome. I'm not sure it's the same vibe people on this stream are looking for, so instead we're going to look for something else, but I at least wanted to make sure y'all were aware that Productive Time is a great stream, really worth chatting with and hanging out with when you're trying to get stuff done. That said, a whiskey and water vibe. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll be over on gaming stream. I'll be over there real soon. Just saying, like, that's also a vibe. But there are other vibes too, you know? Let's go say hi to Coding with Strangers. Because he's such a good dude, like, super chill. I'm curious what he means by, like, I know Prime doesn't trust me. Does he mean the Primogen, or does he mean, like, Twitch Prime? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Does the Prime not trust Coding with Strangers? Like, dude. Prime, you should trust Coding with Strangers. He's a good dude. He means better than I do. I think. Like, I don't know how to phrase that better. I mean, well, I think Coding with Strangers actually means even better. But he's a good dude. We're going to go raid Coding with Strangers. Alright, so, yeah, no worries, no stress. I think Coding with Strangers means well. But I don't know, man. He does do, like, the reaction content thing, and he has opinions and blah, blah, blah. Like, we all have opinions, so we're all kind of jerks about it. But I think Coding with Strangers means well. I think at the end of the day, I don't know. So I could be totally wrong. But I think, yeah, Coding with Strangers, as far as I know, Hero's a good dude. Every interaction I've had, positive. All I can say. All I know at this point. Am I going to pour more whiskey? Maybe. Am I just going to hang out and be myself and go play some games and do some other stuff? Yeah, probably. I don't even know what I do over on the other stream. I do need to make some, like, chili dogs. That's what I'll be eating tonight. Chili dogs. So easy. I cook some chili, cook some hot dogs, and I eat them. Heyo. So, yeah. Yep. Coding with Strangers, where we're going. If you want to hang out, I'll be over on Gaming Stream. We probably just watch a TV show, maybe play some game. Maybe I create the fantasy football league and then allow people to join eventually. We'll see if I do that actually tonight. Maybe it's a tomorrow or next week thing. But yeah, YouTube and Algora, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate y'all being here.